And hi again, everybody, and welcome to Monday at the ITSF Tornado World Series event / Texas State Championships here in Dallas, Texas. And we have what is basically a Texas State event, the final of expert doubles on table number one. Adrian Bruchsteins, Eric Bruchsteins on the left out of Germany. Ethan Wynn at forward on the right, along with Rashad Singane. Best two games out of three. All right, brother. Sounds good, man. Talented Ethan Wynn out of California. In fact, team on the right out of California. Southern California for Ethan. Northern California for Rashad. Two-one lead early on for the American team, and now make it 2-2. Bruchstein's brothers won the winner's side, so Wynn and Singane would have to beat them in two straight, so Ethan and Rishab hoping to do so. Gonna wait for an official. All right, we have an official. We have two officials. It's Terry Wu and Mark Krause have stepped in to officiate this expert doubles final. At the opening set, we're even at 3. This is Eric Bruchstein's up the table, grabbed by Rishabh Singhani. Singhani tried to bank it off that outside wall, picked up here by Ethan, who will call time out. Final day of action here in Texas. There is a Pro-Am event, I think, a little later on. We have the ITSF League event, which is a lot of fun. Lots of clubs, and we're going to bring that to you as well this afternoon. And Ethan will put the ball back into play. Win. Rocks back and forth against Eric, and the block right back up the table to Adrian, who will look to give his team the lead here in game number 1. One thing we've seen from the Bruchstein brothers is their table management has been very good. Of course, excellent finish in the open doubles event. Here they are looking to add the expert doubles championship. You know, and it's always challenging to categorize the Europeans who come over here. These are very experienced players, play a lot in Europe, and really take the game very seriously in a sporting point of view and spend a lot of time on the table. And when they come over here, they're capable of doing what the Bruchsteins have done here this weekend, and that's to have a top 4 finish in open doubles, but also be eligible to play, that's easy for you to say, eligible to play expert. And here's Ethan firing it to that far side. It's 4-3. A third place finish for the Bruchsteins. We'll look to even it up here. This is Adrian. Singhani able to make the block to that effort to the near side. That's some good defense from Rishabh. And some offense as well with a push kick right down the middle. So Rishabh Singhani coming up big. At the tail end of that match, making the block, making the shot, a goalie's dream. You see it again, splitting the defensive man of Eric. Here we go, second game underway. Again, it's a double elimination event. This is a Texas State event, if you will. Always nice if you're coming from that loser's side, as Ethan and Rishabh are, to win that first one of that opening set. Well, that's a lot of defensive coverage there from Singhani. You see Adrian losing it. Nicely along that near wall. The one trap you can fall into when facing that Lewis shuffle, and there's Ethan finding the hole down the middle. But when you see that Lewis shuffle that Singhani is showing you, and we'll see it here again, I believe, and of course you've got to be in good shape to be able to do this for an entire match or an event. But you almost, as an offensive player, just have to trust that certain holes are going to be there. You can get a little caught up in watching that defense, and you really don't see any holes just because of the nature of the defense itself. But those corners will be there. You've got to time them. And maybe a tap middle, or in this case, a middle just to sort of keep them honest, maybe tighten up that shuffling style defense a little bit. But sometimes reading a defense can be overrated and at times ineffective because of that, because there's not really much to read there. And Ethan, nice switch and block there by Eric. It's a bit of a piece of the ball, which sends it to his brother on the 5. Adrian now will look to advance it. But there's Ethan out there waiting for him in the lane to take it away. 1-0 lead for Ethan Wynn and Rishabh Singhani. Quick set here by Ethan. Take it away by Eric Brusteins. And that one blocked back into the goal. So the push shot off the 5, off the 3 of Wynn and in. It's 2-1. Ethan's looked really good on the 5 on both sides of the ball, offensively and defensively. There's that little loop pass that Adrian likes to use, and he does execute it well, successfully here. Well, you got to be careful of resets here if you're Rishabh. And there's that hole down the middle once again. You know, and we've talked about it before, that Lewis shuffle, it isn't as if you just sit there and move your men back and forth. There is method to it. You don't want to be too close together. You don't want to be too far apart, although that can vary depending on what you're trying to do. And a lot of it is just about covering as much of the goal as you possibly can, but doing it intelligently, if you will. Rishabh a little lucky to get that one through. But he does get it to Ethan. Will bounce, hover, and brush it back down along that wall. And tried to come near side. That's a great block by Eric, who showed it to him and got over there in time to make the stop. But again, the defensive 5 of Wynn has been outstanding. Offensive 5 has been really good as well. So he bounces this one through and will set it up once again, looking to give his team the lead here in game 2. And that one near side, and again, Eric there to block it up into the air and off the table. Hard fought, well played match here on table number 1, the expert doubles final. Another chance here for Adrian. That one off the post. Every point having to be earned right now. Nothing coming easy on either side from the 3 rows. Excellent defense from both goalies. Well, beautiful inside bank attempt by Rishabh. Rebound picked up by Wynn. Again, trying to come to that near side. And again, Eric was there. The bouncing rebound comes back to Adrian. And a timeout. Ethan Wynn, Rishabh Singhani won the opening game 5-3. We're even at 2 here in game 2. Adrian fires it home far side. You just have to trust sometimes that the corners are going to be there if you can hit them deeply enough. You always think back to that 2001 World Doubles Final. It's 25 years ago, by the way. It took place about 3 miles from here in the middle of DFW Airport, as there is Eric again, really cracking down defensively on Ethan. But if you remember the match, and maybe you've seen it, maybe you haven't, it was a classic, and if you ever do have the opportunity to watch it, you should. As Adrian able to pick it up here. Set it up, looking for 2 in a row and looking for a 2-goal lead. Tried to flick it to that far corner. Singani there to take it away. But of course it was Todd Lafredo playing goalie for Frederic Collignon. It was Lewis Cartwright playing the goalie position for Trevor Park. And this was before ITSF, so there was no win by 2 in the 5th game. The opening set went right down to the final ball. I'm sorry, I don't remember who was coming from the loser's side, but it was 1-5-4 in the first set, and then the second set went all the way down to 4-4 in the 5th and final game. And Lewis Cartwright, this is really the early days of the Lewis shuffle, but that's what he was using against Frederic Collignon. And Ethan able to pass it through, and we'll call timeout here. Trailing 3-2 here in game 2. But at 4-4, and you remember this has been really the entire match that Lewis has just been covering the entire goal with that Lewis shuffle. And it was, it was a very defensive match on both sides of the ball. A great match, maybe the greatest doubles match ever played. It was that good. But at 4-4, of course, Collignon, who was so good in these situations, served it, which we did back then, to his 5. Took his time, passed it through, called timeout, as he always did on 4-4. Came back to the table, and of course Lewis really going wall to wall, literally, on that Lewis shuffle defense, as Ethan now will set it up and look to tie it up. Again to the corner, and again, Eric not giving him a corner. That's 4 to the near and 1 to the far that Eric has dropped, or has blocked in these last 5 possessions. Ethan looking for another possession, and he gets it. See if he chooses to go down the middle here. Let's see if Eric predicts that, if he does. Ethan will regrip and stroke it home far side. So finally, Ethan able to get it through, or even at 3. But Collignon steps back to the table, puts it back into play on 4-4. Lewis is seemingly covering the entire goal with that Lewis shuffle. Collignon takes probably 13 seconds and then nails a dead man near side corner. Of course, it was a pin shot, but same idea, right? Classic match, but those holes are there against the Lewis shuffle. You just have to be able to execute deep corners, and you have to know when to utilize that straight. And back then, another thing really we didn't have, it was just sort of the beginning of Tony Spredeman's experimentation with the tap middle, or walking the ball. All the snake shooters back then were still rocking it. But probably in that match, Collignon's shooting percentage was probably not better than 30 or 40% against Cartwright using that defense. However, he was able to hit that last one, as he so often did. And that one's going to rattle in for Adrian. It went off a man, off the wall, off another man. Sagane continuing to play solid defense. The Brustein brothers catch a break. Here's Wind, whose 5-row has been outstanding. But he can't connect here. Comes back to Eric, who will call timeout. And again, you've got to be in shape. Now, Lewis Cartwright at that time was in pretty good physical condition. I think had to be to use that defense for what was in essence a 10-game final. But you really have to practice that defense. You kind of have to have an idea in mind which 90% of the goal you are covering. And you have to be able to keep doing it. But at 4-4, fifth game, second set, 10th game of the match. Lewis Cartwright was still putting up an outstanding defense. Collignon just found a tight hole and then almost fell down in relief after the match. All right, here we go. Adrian putting it into play, passing it along that wall. Shot attempt far side. Blocked and taken away by Singani. Both sides of the ball here. Rishad's been very good, and both goalies have been very good. Steal here, though, from Adrian. For a second game win once again. Adrian Brusteins. Strokes it home to the near side. We're even at one game apiece. And give a lot of credit to Eric back there at goal. Ethan was getting a lot of possessions. The 5 has been outstanding, but Eric blocked him extremely well, gave up nothing easy. Anything that Ethan did score was a very well-executed shot. And we are headed to game number 3, tied at one game apiece. Win in Singane in the first game 5-3. Second game went to the Brusteins by an identical 5-3 score. Eric and Adrian now just a game away from the Expert Doubles Championship. Remember, if the Brusteins win this game, they're the champs. Ethan and Rishab must win this one to stay alive. This one picked up off the back wall by Adrian. And if you're Ethan win here, despite the fact that it's now even at one game apiece, you got to continue to do what you've been doing on that 5-row. The 5 has been outstanding, and then you just have to find a way to make the adjustments on the snake shot. We have not seen him go straight in maybe the last 7, 8, 9 shots. And at some point he needs to kind of tighten that defense up. He does cut this one down the middle. Not sure if that was intentional or not. It did look a little Trevor Parkish, and I know Trevor, one of the mentors out in California for Ethan Wynn. That was a big shot for Ethan. Oh, that ball spinning back all the way to Rishab. Had a lot of torque on it. And this one taken away by Adrian. Adrian Brusteins will set it up, looking to even this third game up at a goal apiece as he rocks. Looks and strokes it back down the middle himself. And again, anytime you see a cut middle, you've got to question it a little bit. There are players, certainly, that can do it on a snake shot, but it is not easy. It's not generally consistent. Ethan looking like he wanted to call a timeout and then loses the ball. Adrian comes right back. So a turnover from Wynn turns into a possession for Adrian Brusteins. Trying to come near side. There's Rishab with an excellent block to knock it down. Rebound does, however, come back to Adrian. And there's Ethan waiting for him along the wall this time to take it away. Remember, this is a game that Ethan and Rishab must have. Brushed up here. Ethan really taking his time on that 5-row, was probably right against that time barrier. Sitting dead still here. And then a little rock, tried to take it to the far side. Eric guessing right, makes the block up into the air and off the table. I do not have a the ability to hear what they're talking about down on the table. One game apiece, one goal apiece here in the third. Opening set, potentially, of the expert doubles final. That one up the table, Brustein to Brustein. For the lead, once again, Adrian. Fires it home to that far side. Again, valuing the possession as he tends to do each and every time. You got to admire that. You got to admire, as we talked about earlier on, the table management skills of the Brustein brothers. Young players. They have not competed at the highest level on Tornado very often. And there's Eric to the short corner. Watch here as he waits and tucks it home. The Brustein brothers just 2 goals away from the expert doubles championship after a third place finish in open doubles. They got to be feeling pretty good about things. And a great performance by these 2 young players from Germany. And Germany just continues to produce outstanding junior foosball players who then become excellent pro foosball players. And you think it's inevitable, and maybe I've been saying this for a few years, but I've been watching the Germans produce these players. And at some point, they are going to win a World Cup, you would think, and especially with their abilities multi-table now. It's coming. They've never won one. I believe there's only been maybe 5, maybe 6 nations that have won a World Cup. And World Cup's kind of on the mind since 20 years ago. This weekend was the very first ITSF World Cup in Hamburg, Germany. Austria has won 2. The United States, I believe, now at 7 or 8. Have to look that up, but Luxembourg has won 1. Belgium. Might be forgetting one team here. That one angled, oh yes, France would be the other one, of course. That one angled off the post. Rebound comes back to Adrian. Tough turn of event there for Rishab, who put a shot basically on goal and had the rebound come right back to the opposing forward. And a timeout here called by Adrian. Still 3-1 in favor of the Brusteins brothers. Adrian fires it home near side. It is championship point for the Germans. Harking back to that second game where Ethan had probably a double-digit shot attempts because of how good the 5 was. But the great defense from Eric kept him out of the goal. Maybe he was 2 or 3 for 10, something like that. And now Adrian with a chance to win it. Adrian Brusteins strokes it home to the near side, and there it is. In 3 games, 3-5, 5-3, 5-1. Adrian and Eric Brusteins win the 2026 Texas State Expert Doubles Championship. What a weekend for those two young men from Germany. A third-place finish in open doubles and a first-place result in expert doubles. Back with you here at the 2026 ITSF Tornado World Series and Texas State Championships. Looking in on a match on table number 1, it's an ITSF League event. It's a qualifying round number 3. The Filoro Seniors, that's Van Landingham, Castillo, and McMillan. Pretty good team there. Going up against the OTC Oldweiler team. That's Miriam Ali in the forward position. Karen Lamano there at goal. Amy Eckhart also on this team. And basically what they're doing is they're playing to 20 in increments of 5. Once you get to 5, you change disciplines, you change players. So we saw in that opening game, it was Tracy McMillan versus Amy Eckhart in singles. And now we go to doubles. Change each time a team gets to 5, 10, or 15. And eventually you're playing to 20. And right now it's 5-1 in favor of the Filoro Seniors. There you see Miriam in the forward position, Karen at goal. The score is 5-1. Van Landingham. Trying to come down the middle, blocked by Karen, who he knows quite well. Karen Lamano, a former Open Mixed Doubles champion at the Tornado Worlds with Billy Pappas. This team here, Van Landingham and Castillo, one of, if not the best senior doubles team in the world, although they finished second to Randall Stelly and Robbie Blanchard here this weekend in a bit of an upset. But a really good team. They play really well together. You saw the pass attempt a little earlier on to the 5 of Van Landingham, and that's a kind of play that really only teams that play a lot together or have practiced a lot together, and generally both, are able to execute with any sort of consistency. So you kind of gives you a clue. These guys have played a lot together. And there's Warren against Karen, and feeling a little guilty about it, I'm sure. One thing you notice at an event like this in particular, because of the number of senior events they have, the over 50s, over 63s, men, women. But you notice the quality of the senior divisions continues to get better and better, to put it one way. But a lot of the great players now are over that 50-year age category, and so, you know, you're getting results like Dave Gummison, who actually won 63 and over here this weekend in singles. But he's winning. He's winning that event. That's Dave Gummison, whose game is still, you know, top 20 or so, at the very least. But Tracy McMillan, of course, Todd Lafredo a few years ago won the senior singles and doubles championships at the World Cup, World Championships in Europe. And it just felt a little strange with, you know, Todd Lafredo recognized as, you know, certainly, if not the greatest player ever, top 2, 3 at worst. But winning a senior event. I did talk to Gummison this weekend, actually before he won. And he said he was basically playing it, you know, for the package. There is a compensation package that is awarded to qualifying players in some of these events, and so that makes sense. Help get him to that next World Cup. Here you see Dave, dead center or right back behind the team. Maybe he's the coach of this team. Looking at 8-1 right now in favor of the Filoro seniors as we turn our attention back to the match. Sorry. But you guys don't mind my stories that much. Just keep them short and sweet. Here's Merriam with a shot on goal. Castillo there. And she is able to find that hole deep to that near corner. 8-2, so here come the ladies. Both these teams 2-0 so far. Now 9-2. The Filoro seniors, the team on the left, sponsored by Filoro, defeated their sister team, brother team, I guess you'd say. But another Filoro team earlier on, and that was the number one Filoro team, TFC Filoro Bundesliga. And that team was Tony Sprademan, Brandon Moreland, and Bjorn Hoffman. Pretty good team. And this senior team, Warren Van Landingham, Tracy McMillan, and James Castillo, beat them pretty good. Beat them 20-17. I do like this format. Just generally 3 players on a team, variety of singles and doubles. So matches aren't terribly long, but it gives you a sense of that World Cup sort of approach, team foosball, which I love. It might be my favorite format is the team format. Of course, it's all sort of flavored by my years of covering the World Cup, which is such a great event, and the team event in particular there is fantastic. There's Merriam now. We'll set up the snake shot and fire it to that far side. There's Castillo reacting. James just a good foosball player. Lights up a room as well. Karen will put the ball back into play. Trailing 9-2. Trying to send a pass along that outside wall. Interrupted by Van Landingham, who quickly advances it. Warren. There's Karen out there waiting for him. Always a challenge to compete against your significant other. And there it's Karen getting the last laugh here. It's 9-3. She said, "Oh yeah, Jim, how about this?" Van Landingham. Try to come down the middle. There's Karen. Warren gets that one deep to that far side. And it's 10-3, and that means we switch formats. Back to singles. It's going to be Merriam. Looks like. What's nice is I am navigating Coral, the app, which isn't a perfect app. The registration process still probably needs to be refined a little bit to simplify it. But lots of information there. You know, I'm able to go in and look at not only the bracket and see who has played who in this event so far in qualifying, but you can also click on the name of the team and get all the players and previous scores, and quite extensive information here. It's great to have. James Castillo and Miriam Ali about to square off here on table number 1. Kind of a leisurely Monday afternoon, Memorial Day here in the United States. So here we go, trailing 10-3. Merriam will put it into play, representing OTC Ottweiler. And of course I have a story about that as well. But let's pay a little bit of attention to the match first. 10-3 lead for the Floro Seniors, looking to go 3-0 in the qualifying process. Right now it's hard to see anyone beating this team. This is a team at the top of their game. Three really, really good players. Call them seniors if you want, but these are good players. And Castillo looking tic-tac, and you got to love it. Like I said, James Castillo just a foosball player. Great goalie, great forward, great singles player. Not to mention the off-the-table stuff, but he literally does light up a room. Just great personality. Beloved in the foosball community, and just one heck of a foosball player. Look at that. Oh, couldn't quite hold on to it. And Merriam, of course, we all remember last year here where she put on one of the best goalie performances I think I've ever seen in the women's doubles final here. Pretty sure she averaged about 2.5 goals a game. I'm guessing she could tell you. Oh, and there's Merriam to the near side to make it 11-4.
Table maintenance, please.
All seniors team versus an all lady team.
Table 7.
Both 2-0 so far. No one angled up the table. One thing with James is, yes, the strong goalie game, the strong forward game, and you'd say, well, that means he must be a good singles player, and of course he is. But that's not all that makes him a good singles player. There are a lot of things in between in singles, right? It's the ability to catch loose balls, ability to defend, team defend, so to speak, because you're only one player, right? There's that little brush down the middle off that tic-tac, off that bump kick set. 12-4. So James is a good goalie, and he's a good forward, good two-run, good 5, good 3, good defensive player. But a lot of it, too, is the in-between stuff in singles. He's really good at that as well. And Mariam Ali, who over the last 2-3 years has really elevated her game to a different status. She is certainly one of the best players on tour now. Continuing to improve. And she'll set it up here in snake shot position. Try to come back down the middle, taken away by Castillo. It remains 13-4. The Floro Seniors, the OTC Ottweiler team. Got a couple of stories about Ottweiler, and one of them applies to this weekend. It just occurred to me earlier this morning. But we've talked about the fact that this is the 20th anniversary, literally this weekend, of the very first World Cup back in 2006 in Hamburg, Germany. My first time overseas internationally. But at that tournament, there were some logistical difficulties, to say the least. There a quick grab and push kick there by Castillo. And that one inadvertently banked off the outside wall. It's 14-4. But this sort of event had never been held before. I'm sure some of you heard me talk about this, but it remains a special event, and certainly the fact that it happened 20 years ago right now literally is pretty remarkable. Nice block there by Merriam. James then loses it, squirts back towards the goal where Castillo steps back and retrieves it. So we had some difficulty. We got in there the first stage, tried to set up cameras for this event. We had been hired to cover this first World Cup inside Foos Head. And we got in there in the setup of the finals area. It was just not possible to get actual camera angles where you could see the table. And it was difficult. And there was a gentleman there by the name of Joseph Cornelius of Germany. Many of you may know him. Castillo. That shot attempt blocked by Ali. But we were working. He was the head of the stage crew, basically. And we talked to him, and he didn't know what to do. Very nice about it, though, but a super nice man. And there's the shot by Castillo to make it 15-4. And pardon the reminiscing a little bit here today, folks. And don't worry, we'll focus it on the match as well. especially a match where my wife is actually going to step to the table. But we went after that first setup day there. It was a day or two before the tournament actually started. We went back to our hotel room pretty dismayed about things. What were we going to do? How can we possibly do this without being able to set up cameras where you can see the surface of the table? And again, this had really never been done, this whole thing. An elaborate pit area, seating for 700 people or whatever. As we are looking at 15-4, and it's going to be Gummison and McMillan on the left. It's going to be Lamano and Eckhart on the right, coming up here. And the ladies need to get to 20 from 4. We're not stopping again until the team gets to 20. So they basically have to outscore them 16-4 here, the ladies do, in order to come back and win. Not impossible. But we didn't know what to do. We left and went back to our hotel room that first night. We hadn't set anything up. We didn't know how this was going to work. And we sat around just sort of concerned and worried. And then we said, what the heck? Let's get up super early tomorrow. We're going to get in that place somehow, and we're going to set it up the way we want it. So we did. Got up early that next morning, grabbed a cup of coffee and an Americano. Might have been an espresso. As we get this one underway, pass along that outside wall, grabbed by Karen. And she finds that near corner. It's Tracy McMillan back there at goal. It's Gummison. So there was a fourth player on this team. All right, I wondered why Dave was sitting there. We actually get to see Gummison and McMillan. How about this? Dave Gummison was at this event that I'm talking about. But we got in there bright and early that next morning. We switched everything around, changed the way that the pit was set up, except for these gigantic bleachers, which, of course, we couldn't move. There's Eckhart down the middle, taken away by Gummison. Quick tic-tac, and then through the lane. Gummison's lane wall, of course, legendary, and he'll set it up against Eckhart. And fire it home. And then smile across the table. So we switched it all around. We set up cameras here, there. We had good views of two tables in the arena and the players, and we had changed literally where the tables would be set up and where the barriers were. And Joseph Cornelius, the head of the stage crew, comes in. I don't know, he got there probably a couple hours after we did. We were there early, folks. We somehow got in. I don't recall how. We did not break in. You don't commit crimes, especially in Europe. Everybody knows that. But he came in and he looked at it and he said, this is good. And the rest literally is history. Then went on, and maybe the greatest and most influential event in history 20 years ago this weekend. Here's Lamano. There's more, folks. Joseph Cornelius, the stage manager there, who we had met for the first time, we became fast friends with him. We would always go and have a beer, as he would say. And Lamano, again, shooting the snake shot against McMillan. We're looking at 15-5 here. But we did the rest of the tournament, and everything was good. And Joseph Cornelius and Iceman Moore and I became great friends, and it was a friendship that lasted for a while. Well, Joseph, as Lamano again sets it up, tried to come near side, looked like the hole was there, it went wide. Joseph, years later, after we had seen each other a few times here and there in Europe, but invited me to come over and work a tournament in his hometown in Germany, in western Germany, right near the French border, his little tiny hometown of Ottweiler in Germany. And this team on the right is representing that town, representing the head of the Ottweiler Fußball Association or Federation, and Joseph Cornelius, who we still see occasionally. Joseph, a multi-world champion in senior events. But it was great this weekend to see the name Ottweiler and bring back those memories. And now my wife's playing for Ottweiler. Boy. And I guess the only other thing that I guess I can add to these rather long-winded stories is Quebec, rather Lamano, formerly Quebec, has possession far side. I guess we could even say Van Landingham. But that was in 2008, was when Joseph Cornelius invited me to his little town in western Germany to cover a tournament which was attended by Frederick Collignon. I almost think Pappas was there. I think he was as well. In a gymnasium in this tiny town. But that event, as Gummison now sets it up, a little bit off the ball. There's Amy out there to make the block. I met my wife something like April 28th of 2008 because she had won an event in Atlanta and come up to buy videos. The rest is history, all of that. Not important history, but history. Well, I guess it's important to us. Gummison. Trying to go to that straight hole. Blocked by Eckhart. Then the rolling pull shot driven home. It's 18-5. Met my wife on the Sunday night at the U.S. Open in Atlanta. Flew to Paris on Tuesday. Was in Ottweiler that following Wednesday. So 4 days after I met my wife was when that tournament began. Lots of things coming together. Synchronicity, I think they call it. That went up into the air and off the table. All right, back to the match, so folks, I apologize. Amy, very good two-rod back here. She likes to use the pull shot. She also has a slingshot off the inside wall that can be effective. Shot down the middle on goal. Here's Gummison. Dave will set up the pull shot, shooting against Eckhart. There's Eckhart out there again to make the block on that long hole. Look how upright Dave stands, balanced. But there is Amy again, looking pretty balanced herself to make the block and take it away. Lamano still sitting at 18-5. First team 220. That would be 15-1. It's not impossible. There's the one. It's 19-5, and we've got a timeout. Final day of action from the 2026 ITSF Tornado World Series event here in Dallas-Fort Worth, we'll call it, Texas. Trailing 19-5, Lamano will take it across the table. Bounce, brush, and complete the pass. Trying to get a good set here. Lamano strokes it home near side. 19-6. Emerson doesn't execute. It comes back to Eckhart. Stolen away by Gummison, who will set it up looking to win the match. Dave Gummison fires it home down the middle. So the Filoro seniors continue their run through this qualification bracket as they win 20-6 over the OTC Ottweiler team, who are now 2-1. The Filoro seniors 3-0. All right, back on table number one for what I believe is an elimination semifinal, not a qualification semifinal, as it might say there. It's Eintracht Frankfurt versus TFC Filoro Bundesliga. And this should be a lot of fun. I see Tony Sprederman representing TFC Filoro Bundesliga. And Thomas Rios, the American, the only American on this Eintracht Frankfurt team. And Rios able to cut that one inside. 1-0. Now remember, you play till 20. You change basically your configuration every time someone gets to 5 goals. Tony has tied it up at 1 apiece. So we'll play this till someone gets to 5. But it's cumulative score. And Tony will send it in with a 5. Tony might be having fun out there. And Thomas is too. Anytime you get to play against Tony, it's got to be fun. It might be painful a little bit at times, but all in all, you got to enjoy the experience. Rios finds the hole down the middle, so Thomas coming out 2 for 2, and now he's having a good time too. Tony can't hold on to the pass, so it's 2-2 early on. Again, a race to 20. You go singles, doubles, singles, and doubles. Tony's going to shoot a pull kick. And that little bit of a hesitation freezes Rios. And Tony drills that long to make it 3-2. You know, on the Warrior table, whenever Tony would compete, there was a no-snake rule implemented by the late, great Brendan Flaherty. And Tony would shoot the pull kick. And his pull kick was, well, not quite as good, perhaps, as his snake shot. Still pretty darn good. And he would hit the holes, he would hit the angles, the dinks, the shorts, the hesitation longs. See what he does here. He goes with that split dink. But it is a shot I believe, if he was to shoot the pull kick full time, even on Tornado, he certainly would still be competitive. He'd still be in the mix for winning titles. And he's able to rattle that one through. It's 5-2, and we move to doubles. That didn't take long. Tony Sprederman defeating Thomas Rios in his opening segment and giving his team a 5-2 lead. Now we're going to have Miko Berberic, Mika, and Hanyo Siebert. Two players who obviously I have never commentated before. Yeah, it's going to be Brandon Moreland and Bjorn Huffman, of course, for TFC Filoro Bundesliga. I believe Bundesliga means club league. Bundes is club, Liga, of course, league. TFC means Tischfußball Club. So TFC Filoro Bundesliga, Tischfußball Club, Fußball Club, Filoro Club League. And club foosball, league foosball is very big in Germany and in Europe in general. It's a great model that perhaps it would be worth a try to emulate here in this country. That club system with leagues. You have clubs, and you pick maybe the best team out of that club to compete. You have leagues that are made up of all the members of that club, and oftentimes, there are 40, 50, 100 members of a club in Germany. But then they have their traveling team, their competitive team, but also league teams within their club. But you have to think that, club versus club kind of friendlies, kind of an idea like they do in soccer on a regular basis, or even in, competitions with 8 different clubs competing for a title. That's a great model. It's a lot of fun. Club foosball, playing team-style foosball, is certainly something I think that everybody who participates in it really, really enjoys. I've had a chance a few times to represent the United States at events in Europe and internationally in Taiwan one year, and certainly a lot of fun. Really a lot of fun to compete in that style of format. So Mika will be at forward. We'll go with Han Yo at goal. I wonder if he goes by Han. So now we play until someone gets to 10 goals. And Mika will have the first scoring opportunity here. And he finds the hole down the middle against Hoffman. The 3 Germans on the table and an American Hall of Famer. Inducted this year, 2026, and well deserving. What a great career he has had. Brandon Moreland, one of those guys that, for whatever reason, and I don't recommend this approach, but a guy that doesn't necessarily need to practice a lot. When he was young, he played and developed the skills and the approach and the game plans, but now it's just you can get on a table for a little while, maybe 15, 20 minutes, half hour, whatever, to sort of get the skills warmed up, and then he'll come out and reach the open singles final sort of thing. Oh, tucking it home nicely here is Mika. We're at 6-4. So here comes Eintracht Frankfurt. Brandon with that long pull shot. And sent up the table by Hanjo. Hoffman. I think I've probably worked as Brandon. Now we'll set it up. Looking to increase his team's lead. It's shrunken to 6-4. Make it 7-4 as he finds that big split hole. But I think I've worked 20-plus tournaments on the P4P tour in Germany, and I know maybe some of you are aware of that, and always enjoyed going over to Germany as Mika now will set it up against Hoffman, and Bjorn there to take it away. But kind of an American-style German tournament where they ran double elimination events, much like the American model, and sometimes they get 900 players. I think we had one year at one of those events. But the very first one I ever worked in 2008 is Mika now will set it up, try to come near side. I think Bjorn might have got a piece of it. But held in Gaufeld in Germany, just outside, south of Frankfurt, near Stuttgart. And the very first tournament I ever worked, Bjorn Hoffman, the player playing goalie on the right side, won the open singles title. Outstanding player on the German tables and obviously really good on Tornado as well. Brandon now will set up the pull shot and again find the hole. TFC Flora Bundesliga now leading 8-4. Mika able to brush that one down. One thing you do see about these young German players, how methodical they are, how thoughtful, how they really work the game plans, and table management skills are where they need to be. And there is Mika finding that near side. So a professional play there from Mika as he takes his time, passes it, and then takes his time and scores it. Anyway, Bjorn Hoffman, just a good foosball player. A super nice guy. With his wife Vesti and a world-class player on her own. Brandon tried to take that one inside. Knocked down by Hanyo. Another chance here for Moreland. See if Brandon sets it up and has a look at that split. Feel like if he takes his time, at some point that split will be there, although Hanyo not showing much. Now he's baiting it, and Brandon says, I'm going to call timeout. Let's think about this a little bit. And the rolling pole shot, Brandon says, I'm not going to take any time at all. I'm going to touch 2 men, and that third man is going to shoot it, and he is going to score it. It's 9-5. When you say you're ready, you better be ready. We see Brandon do that. We see Tony do it. Completely legal these days. Beautiful pass here. Hoffman to Moreland. They're going to close out this segment. Brandon tried to go straight here. Siebert with the block. And he's able to rattle it home here. It is 10-5 in favor of TFC Filoro Bundesliga. Saw the beautiful pass. Closed out by that one. It looked like Hanyo got a man on it, but couldn't keep it out. So there we go. We're now going to head for singles. Which will be Mika Beberich and Brandon Moreland. And we are underway. Going into segment number 3, singles. As Filoro Bundesliga in control in this semifinal. And there's Mika finding the hole to the near side to make it 10-6. He has looked really good so far. Another one of these really talented and fundamentally sound young German players. Moreland finds the hole down the middle. The pull shooter's best friend is that split after you take some time. Mika coming back, passing it, setting it up. Trailing 11-6, but continuing to shoot the ball well. Boy, Mika has looked really good. Moreland. Strokes home the long. Brandon, such a professional possession there. Nice pickup here by Mika. 12-7 in favor of Filoro Bundesliga. Nice block there and sent towards the goal with the right hand on the 5 by Moreland. And beautiful pass along the outside wall. Boy, this is a talented young player here. This might be a guy we need to keep an eye on here, folks. Here's Mika. Tried to take it back out to that far side. A little bit of a hitch right before he shot. Might have gotten Brandon off that hole. Just check out what Tony Spredeman does when he gets it there, or what Fred used to do. And the timeout called here by Brandon Moreland. It's a race to 20. It's a semifinal match. Watch out here. Moreland known to score some big shots from goal. And a steal here by Brandon. That quick shot attempt all the way back the other end. Picked up by Mika. So what a turnaround here. Mika looking to cut the lead to 4. But there's Moreland getting in the way. And stolen away here by Moreland. And he finds that straight hole. Really took his time beautifully and went inside. And there's Moreland to take it away. (14-7) favor of Filoro Bundesliga. And a timeout called here by Mika. Berberish will put the ball back into play. Trying to come near side. There's Moreland again. One thing with Brandon defensively in particular, he is going to make adjustments. He's going to analyze what he sees early on in a match and make those adjustments. What you may have been able to score earlier, you're not going to be able to score now. So it's up to you to make those adjustments, and these are things that you learn. Certainly it's great for Mika to be competing against these top Tornado players in order to improve his game, because you know it's going to improve it. But what might work at home might not work against Brandon Moreland or Tony Sprademan or some of these top players. Going to the pull shot and stroking it home here down the middle. Didn't take a lot of time and found that hole in the center of Brandon Moreland's defense. Moreland tried to go through the lane one time, then the loose ball is poked forward. And a chance for Brandon to get to 15. And he does. Comes around the ball, then right back to it and stroking home that long. It's 15-7 in favor of Filoro Bundesliga. And back to singles we go. And what do you do if you're Filoro? You close with Tony Sprademan, but you see Brandon come around it, and then Brandon really come around it to that long hole. But your anchor spot is filled by the greatest Tornado singles player of all time. You're already up 15-7. But kind of nice to have Mr. Sprademan as your anchor. Of course, this last round will be double, so your anchor is also accompanied by Bjorn Hoffman. They'll go up against Thomas Rios and Robin Hanke. So now it's just a race to 20. Of course, TFC Florida Bundesliga needs 5. Eintracht Frankfurt needs 12. Here we go. Thomas Rios, the only American on this Frankfurt team. And he slides that one home to make it 15, rather, 15-9. He gave that one, there you go. 15-9. And there's Tony with that short dink. He's going to stick with the pull kick, it looks like, which is a lot of fun for those watching. It's now 16-9. And Rios knows he pretty much has to complete every pass, probably make every shot. But that's what you try to do anyway. So you just focus on doing that, right? Just focus on your pass, focus on your shot, do the best you can. But from a spectator's point of view, mathematically, he probably needs to pass and score every time at this stage. Tony back along the wall. All right, the pull kick. The hesitation long. No one got out there. Tony has such a good time shooting the pull kick, as you can see. What's he going to do here? Try to go with that slingshot off the outside wall. $17-9 in favor of TFC Flora Bundesliga. Rios wide of the goal, picked up by Tony on the 5. Oh, and Tony brings it over and angles it in with that near man. And you saw the look that Bjorn gave him, like, impressive. That was good stuff. Love it when Tony, Tony, of course, always a creative player. He is. But in open events and in major championships, he's going to go with the percentages, still be creative within that. But here he gets to have a little fun. Here he gets to do some things. See what he does here. The tic-tac long. Match point for Flora Bundesliga. Tony for the win. That short dink, and to his credit, Robin Hanke stayed home. Bank towards the goal, comes back the other way. Robin able to keep it out. Almost hit it in his own goal, and it rolls to a dead stop. Bjorn having a little bit of difficulty here. Swinging and missing a couple times. Banked off the outside wall towards the goal. Hanke picks it up. Robin. Inside or outside or down the middle. Shot down the middle on goal by Hoffman. And picked up here by Tony, another chance to win it. Spreadman hammers it home. So there it is. Final score 20-10 in favor of TFC Filoro Bundesliga, who I believe this was the semifinal and the eliminations, I believe, and they are headed to the final.
never used any lateral speed on the offense, and then defensively he was very fast without being rough.
Quick handed.
So I used to watch him on Chase Gunson's pass at Dallas. It's like crazy.
Yeah. He was a big part of me coming. Yeah, he helped me a lot in my early years. To get better. And like mentally tough for pushing your buttons and being a fight. It made me better for sure. Having to deal with and then we had Holton up there. Tough group.
Like we weren't getting the ball inside. We would walk upstairs not having to talk.
We're going to check in on table number 1 once again, as we will now have the final of the senior ITSF league competition. Cool Crew 62 and Filoro seniors. Remember, it's singles in a race to 5, then doubles, and you'll be racing to 10 points combined. Then another singles to 15 in that final round. To get to 20, it'll be doubles. So here we go. It is Greg Mendel on the left, representing Cool Crew 62. And on the right, representing Filoro Seniors, it's Tracy McMillan. Couple of pole shooters here in this match. One of them has shoes on. Here's Tracy. And that straight up stance. And then that long pull shot still has the great lateral speed, then finishes it off with a left hook to that short corner. Mendel can't hold on to the pass along the wall. Tracy wanting to go with another left hook. Instead goes through the high lean. And strokes it home to make it 2-0. And left hook here from Mendel. Smoothly executed to make it 2-1. Remember, it's a race to 20. This is the senior division final. And Mendel with a big long pull shot. Beautifully executed deep to that corner. It's 3-2. Mendel now tying it up at 3 here in this opening segment. We'll play until one of these two players gets to 5, and Tracy now to 4 off the back pin to the deep near side of the goal. Mendel, who always seems to play the master players tough, he would be rated a pro player. He competes. He has a good 5, has a good 3. There's good defense back there. Weaving and then passing along the near wall. And I think the fact that he doesn't wear shoes should be overlooked. Then there's Mendel stroking it home. So shoeless Greg able to even it at 4 here in this opening game. Tracy falling in love with that left hook. And comes back to him at goal. There's Tracy, a legendary offensive player from the goalie position. Probably the single greatest goalie performance ever in that 2006 World Doubles Final. And a steal here by Mendel. And Greg down the middle. He's able to give his team that 5-4 lead after this opening segment. Well done by Greg Mendel with a pull shot. So we go from singles to doubles. It'll be Rick Pomeroy and John Myers on the left side. It'll be Warren Van Landingham Jr. and James Castillo on the right. If things hold to form as they were in an earlier match, Castillo would then play singles, and then Gummison and McMillan would close it out. Five-4 lead early on for Cool Crew 62, and I'm guessing that 62 refers to their age, I would assume, the year they were born. Either way, they're a cool crew. There you see Warren Van Landingham and James Castillo over there on the right. Second place finishers in the senior doubles competition this year. Losing to, in a bit of an upset, to Randall Stelly and Robbie Blanchard. here we go. As Warren will put the ball into play. Warren Van Landingham, local out of Dallas area. James Castillo, I believe, still up in Northern California. Rick Pomeroy, Ohio. John Myers, possibly Colorado. Here's Pomeroy. Strokes home that long pull shot. It's a good looking shot here from Pomeroy to the long hole. It's 5-5. Actually 6-4. They have surged ahead by 2. Certainly on paper, going into this match, you certainly would have favored the team on the right, the Faloro seniors, with Van Landingham and Castillo and Gummison and McMillan. But so far, it's the Cool Crew 62 who are up 6-4. And when you're going up against a team of this quality, you certainly want to get off to a good start. And that's been the case so far for the Cool Crew. All right, let's see what James has up his sleeve. Yep, the little pass. And again, that's a testament to how much these two guys have played together. Very comfortable with that passing play. They both sort of know what the other is going to do innately, or just because of the fact they have done it so often. Warren Van Landingham, pretty straightforward lane wall series, but he executes it well. Warren will now look to bring its team back within 1. And he does, as he sends that one out to the far side. There's that beautiful pass to the 5 row. Again, only teams that have played a lot together or practiced a lot together can really accomplish that. Pomeroy, 1 for 1 shooting the ball so far. We'll set it up against Castillo. Rick again stroking it home. You see Castillo showing the standard, and as he switches to that reverse, Pomeroy able to get that ball around it. Well, that's a long way for that man to come if you're James Castillo to try to get to that reverse defense. Pomeroy timing it perfectly both times. He's given his team a 7-5 lead in this senior ITSF league event. Here's Rick again. Does he look inside? Be a high back straight. Nope, another long. So he showed him the straight and then took it all the way out to that long hole for a 3rd time. It's 8-5. Impressive performance so far from the Cool Crew. And up the table and in here from Myers. It's 9-5. And the timeout called by Castillo. Rick Pomeroy hasn't missed one yet.
Foos app is now available. Download now at foos-app.com.
I need PNW and Frankfurt. I need your lineup. We need a ref, please. The stage need a ref.
Here's Castillo
Table
going
eight.
through the lane. It's 9-5. Favor of the Cool Crew. tic-tac series, rather a bump kick series. Tried to go short side. It's going to trickle in. Well, Myers made the initial block, but really didn't sweep it away with that second effort as he needed to do. The ball drops in. It's now 9-6. Pomeroy, who has played an almost perfect game, will look to close out this segment against Van Landingham this time. It's gone long 3 straight times. Straight here. Well, Rick Pomeroy goes 4 for 4, culminating with that straight pull shot. It's now 10-6 in favor of the Cool Crew. Impressive performance from Pomeroy and Myers, and Rick Pomeroy in particular. Gotta feel pretty good about that.
Fooz app is now available. Download now at fooz-app.com. Fooz app is now available. Download now at fooz-app.com.
All right, heading to the third round. Singles, it'll be Mike Veitz on the left and James Castillo on the right. James Castile will put the ball into play. So we'll have singles and then close it out with doubles after this. Castile will have the first scoring opportunity of segment number 3, round 3, as he'll set up the snake shot against Veit.
I need a lineup for Frankfurt. In-track Frankfurt, I need your lineup, please.
Taking some time, then Miss hits it. Comes all the way back to James at goal. 10-6 lead for Cool Crew 62. It's the Senior ITSF League Final. Kind of a mini team event. Generally 3 or 4 players on a team. Singles, doubles format. Race to 20. Neither player has scored yet in this third round. Castile looking to remedy that. And he does with a slingshot. You never know when James Castile is going to do that. It's a nice weapon to have. Veit able to rattle this one through. Mike from pull shot position. That one just wide of the goal. Rebound comes back to his 5. Left hook attempt. Taken away by Castillo. 11-6 lead. Make it 12. There's the bump kick from Castillo. Generally on the bump kicks, you don't hit it much past that big dot and sort of spray it in. Just getting there quickly. And the quick grab and front pin executed beautifully by Veit.
Who's on that team?
12-6. Favor of Cool Crew. Again, there's Veit, making it 12-7. Steele continuing to be effective with that tic-tac bump kick series. Now makes it 13-7. I'm not sure anybody knows what the score is down there. Veit. That one taken away by Castillo. Quick shot blocked by Veit. Castillo tried to send that one up the middle with the goalie. Veit had it briefly. Swings and misses on that shot attempt. Picked up again here. By Veit. Castillo to the short side is up there to grab the rebound. Sets up the bump kick, then kind of an off-speed effort to that long hole. Veit was out there. James Castillo. Sparky to his friends, of which he has many. Yeah, I think I have the score wrong. I was thinking the opposite, so... That long pull shot. And then the left hook up the table and in. Let's see what they have it at the score at in the booth. I'm not sure they know either. Something like 13-6. Let's see. So 5-4, 5-2. So that's 14 for Cool Crew, 15 for Cool Crew. Let's see if anyone knows the score down there. I think so. Yes, they do. So it's 15. I feel like they have more than 6. And we'll get that score updated for you before we head into this final doubles round.
Foos app is now available. Download now at foos-app.com.
I'm going to get it in right now, Jim. Sorry.
All right, so we've updated the score to 15-9 heading into this final round. And we get a chance to see multiple world champions, Dave Gummison and Tracy McMillan. Dave and Tracy, Tornado World Champions in open doubles in 2006, when Tracy scored, I believe, 11 in the finals from goal. And then again, they won in 2008, and again, they beat Colonial and Lafredo in both those finals. How about that? And then they won a multi-table championship. I'm going to say 2010, the World Championships. I believe that's right. Gummison tries to go inside with his first possession, and it's taken away by John Myers. Greg Mendel and John Myers on the left. Dave Gummison, Tracy McMillan on the right. Here's Dave, legendary pull shooter. Finds that hole down the middle. 15-10. So Mendel and Myers need just 5 goals to win the title. 10 goals are needed by the Filoro seniors. And there's Mendel with one of those 5 to make it 16-10. It's Greg also down the middle. Gummison and McMillan can't go ball for ball with Mendel and Myers. They've got to outscore them 2-1, and they so far have. So every 2 or every 1 in order to come back. It's a big ask of Gummison and McMillan, but certainly capable of doing it. But Mendel has proven time and time again to be a big game player. Likes playing against the better players. That long pull shot taken away by McMillan. Four goals away from the title. Cool Crew 62. Remember that performance in 2006 from McMillan. It wasn't just the pull shooter or pull shots from a guy who was known as a pull shooter, but there were pushes, a variety of other things, even pin shots, and this one is a pull shot that goes right down the middle. 16-12. Mendel successfully along the wall. Try to come down the middle, and there's McMillan to sweep it away. Goes off that back pin. Something he's very good at doing. Mendel has that one land on his 3-rod. Tracy not going anywhere against that straight attempt. Mendel, who certainly can execute a good pull shot, has a good long split middle or in straight, but sometimes he kind of gets into a rhythm of shooting after 2 or 3 seconds every time. Unlike this guy, who generally will sit on the ball a minimum of 6, 7, 8 seconds. This time, no, he will call timeout. Still 16-12. Senior ITSF League final. You're on table number 1. Gummison. Looking at the long. Yeah, go in there. 16-13. Getting close. That brush pass gets through, and a lot of this is because Tracy McMillan blocked Greg Mendel 3 straight times when Greg had a chance to increase his team's lead, but this one down the middle, knocked back into the goal by Mendel. That was a big defensive goal there for the Cool Crew 62. And that was going to hop right over to Mendel on the 3-rod. Dave Gummison shaking his head. Yeah, Mendel takes a little time here. And that shot attempt. (17-13). There's McMillan again, doing his thing from goal. That identical hole that he hit earlier that comes off of the goalie man. Tracy off the back pin. Now 17-14. McMillan and Gummison still need 6. Mendel and Myers just 3. And the pass along the near wall gets all the way through to McMillan. This time along the wall. Gummison can't quite hold on to it. Here's Myers. Set back the other way by McMillan. Tracy remaining aggressive offensively. Rebound picked up on the 5 here by Gummison. Lane or wall, or the occasional bounce pass. Hesitation wall taken away by Mendel. Again, Tracy with that quick hitter back the other way. And Dave will get another chance to advance it. Mendel not giving up the wall. Looking to cut the lead to 2, Dave Gummison. Dave, as that one blocked by Myers, comes back to Gummison. Maybe the middle here. Yep, tried to, but Myers was looking for it. Big possession for Mendel. Again, McMillan is there. Gray continuing to get possessions, but he's got to find a way to get through Tracy. And that's not it. I think in Mendel, it's just he needs to have an awareness of varying his times and occasionally taking 5 or 6. And I know it's hard. It's hard for anyone to sit on the ball that long. But that's what's needed here. You don't need to change what you're shooting, just maybe when you're shooting it. That one went wide. Stuck on 17-14 here for quite a while. Myers will call timeout. John Myers putting it back into play. It's a little bit of difficulty with it. And it's going to roll to a dead stop. John got a little fortunate that that ball rolled to a stop, gave him a little more time. Here's Mendel. Again, that same shot on goal. This time Myers got a man on it and kept it out. Tracy had been working that slice middle. Gummison again with an opportunity to cut the lead to 2. Myers is there. His next goal could be huge in terms of momentum for whichever team scores it. Turnover by Myers. And Dave able to find that long hole at 17-15 as he took his time and drilled that signature Gummison long. You can see how even this match has been over the last 20 goals, each team with 10. But it has certainly tightened up. Cool Crew 62 has won all 3 segments so far. But Gummison McMillan trying to fight back from that deficit and possibly bring it home for the Floro Seniors. And now Gummison can cut it to 1. But down the middle he goes, and Myers was there, committing entirely to the inside. That's a great block from John. Pull kick down the middle. Be careful going down the middle against these top players. You do it, you got to commit to it. Oh, up the table. Not sure if that was a shot or a pass. Mendel there to catch it. But again, Tracy not giving it up. Those are well executed shots from Mendel, no doubt. But maybe after 3 or 4 seconds, it might be more effective, or is Tracy just not going to give up that quick one? Still 17-15. And another nice pass, Myers to Mendel. Take a little time. Nope. Again to the straight hole, but again after a second or two. Tracy McMillan giving up nothing right now. There's a stone wall back there. Another shot on goal from Tracy. And that one up in the table and in for Myers. It's 18-15. Huge shot here from John Myers. Pass intercepted by Gummison. A little bit of breathing room now for the Cool Crew 62 as things started to really tighten up there. And Gummison had a couple of chances to cut the lead to 1 at 17-16. But this one also up the table off a man, maybe 2, and in for Myers. Championship point for the Cool Crew. Gummison loses the ball, and Mendel makes him pay with that brush down. For the championship, Greg Mendel. But again, Tracy. Nothing available to Mendel right now from pull shot position. Beautiful quick ball pass here by Gummison. Floro Seniors could use a score. Well, there's Myers easing out there to make the block. Disguising the hole well. Gummy again. We'll call timeout.
FoosDashapp.com.
Gummison will put the ball back into play. It remains championship point for the Cool Crew. Gummison looking to shrink that lead to 3, and he does with that pull shot to make it 19-16. But it has been a solid performance from Cool Crew 62 as they have won all 3 segments and now have a chance to put it away here in segment number 4. Mendel. That one rimmed off the post. Beautiful shot by Mendel. Rebound grab by McMillan. Tracy wants that split hole, that slider down the middle. Rebound grab by Gummison. Weaves and goes through the lane. You can see Gummison and McMillan have outscored them 7-4 here in this 4th period, this 4th segment. And now 8-4, but they're still down by 2 at 19-17. Dave on that second set, that second setup, was able to find the middle. Weaving and going through the high lane. It's been a while since Mendel has been able to crank a pull shot. See what he can do here for the win. Greg Mendel. Blocked by McMillan. Right now, Mendel, not a lot of confidence in his shot. Dave had it. Didn't like it, so tosses it back and we'll try again. This time through the lane. Could cut it to 1. But there is Myers with a block. And Myers up the table and in, and there it is. Cool Crew 62. Gummison, McMillan, Castillo, and Van Landingham. They finished second, and the first place finishers, Cool Crew 62. There you see Mendel and Myers who pulled it out. Mike Veit. And, of course, a great performance from Rick Pomeroy. Let's not forget about that. In his segment, he was 4 for 4 shooting the pole shot. And a strong performance from Cool Crew 62 here in this senior ITSF League final as they pull a bit of an upset over a team that I think many thought were the favorites in this event. There you see them. Gummison, Castillo, Van Landingham, McMillan in the background. They finished second, but it's Cool Crew 62 taking home the gold. And we got another final for you here on table number 1. This is the, how are we going to phrase it? Let's see here. It is the men's ITSF League championship match between TFC Flora Bundesliga and UDC São Bernardino, which I believe would be a Portuguese club. This is Callum Oakes leading off, playing singles. 4-3 early on in favor of Tony Spredeman and Flora Bundesliga. There is a 5-3 lead as Tony wins that opening segment. All right, so it's going to be Jake Barnett, Jeff Pipkin Jr. for UDC São Bernardino, Brandon Moreland, Bjorn Hoffman for TFC Flora Bundesliga, an Austrian club and a Portuguese club with two Canadians, an American and a German. But that's how it works. The clubs do not have to feature players from their home countries, and those clubs can certainly have different playing accommodations wherever that event might be held, whether in Europe or, in this case, the United States. But this, I believe, will be the last match for me for this weekend. And it's been a pleasure to be back here with Mr. Murray and David Raddick and company and the Texas State crew, who have done such a great job with this event and every event that they've run for the last now, 30-plus years. And who knows where you'll see us next. All right, Barnett and Pipkin, Moreland and Hoffman here in round number 2. We'll go to 10. Barnett nicely through that high lane. Jake off the ball, now on the ball at some point. And then near side, and here's Hoffman with a block. Gotta like the creativity. Some weather rolling into Dallas-Fort Worth, where we are. So we have been delayed a little bit. Supposed to fly out a little later tonight, and now it's a lot later tonight. A 5-4 lead now for TFC Flora Bundesliga. The big favorites, I think, here in this championship final, in the event itself. Picked up here by Moreland. Tony Sprademan came out with a strong opening round performance in singles. No surprise there. Kind of nice when you can have a team that leads with Tony in singles and ends, I believe, with Tony in doubles. Good to have that hammer in the lineup. Again, Barnett trying to take it out to that far side. Kind of like the approach. It's kind of interesting. You do have to make sure you execute those shots. That one's going to kind of hop up into the air and over the rod. And in. We're tied at 5. Another chance here for Barnett. And he strokes this one home. It's 6-5. Nothing for UDC Sao Bernardino here in this round. I make it 4-0. Barnett and Pipkin have given Sao Bernardino a 7-5 lead. And here is Hoffman moving to forward and immediately having an effect. He fires home that front pin to make it 7-6. Barnett taking some time. The tic-tac. Bounce pass. Gets through to Moreland. Brandon, maybe look at the pull kick here. Let's see. Nope, tried to come down the middle of the pull shot. He does have a really good pull kick deep. And there is Hoffman brushing it to the center bin. Very German play, 5-3. Look, the block here by Pipkin up into the air and off the table. Winding things down on a Sunday here in Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas. You see Moreland trying to find the rhythm. Barnett didn't execute. Remains 7-6. Favor of Sao Bernardino. Wide of the goal by Moreland. Brandon puts that one on goal. Huffman able to scoop up the rebound and get it through. Yeah, Mom got a medal. Even at 7 now. The switch Hoffman moving forward and Moreland back has been a successful one so far. Barnett. See Moreland timing the rock of the offensive player. Brandon knows what he's doing back there. No doubt about it. One of the great goalies. And that's also partially why the scoring ability as he tucks this one to that short corner. It's 8-7 just like that. So the switch, hugely beneficial for Sal Bernardino. Back along that near wall goes Hoffman. We'll go to 10, then we'll go back to singles. And Hoffman has been effective up there. It's now 9-7. What a switch. 4-0 since the switch. Now Jake switching to a pull shot here. Moreland takes it away. For me, I think players should stay with their main shot. Stay with that snake shot. Just vary your times. Make sure you execute. Just change things up strategically, not physically. Because your shot's good. Jake Barnett has a great snake shot. His nickname is not Jake the Pull Barnett. It's Jake the Snake. Nice dig here by Jake. He will go back to the snake shot. Now just a matter of executing a strong shot with intelligent design, which he can certainly do. But first, a timeout. Now Jeff Pipkin will move into the forward position. He'll shoot his snake shot instead. He's also got a good one. And he finds that hole down the middle against Moreland. So a quality switch here. You saw Jake wanting to move back to forward, and Jeff said, well, let's stay this way, see what we can do. And might not be a bad call. But it remains 9-8. It's a tight one here on table number 1. And Hoffman will call time out. Hoffman will put the ball back into play. That one knocked back to Moreland. Puts another shot on goal. That one off the outside wall, banks in. It's 10-8, and we will now move back to singles. It's going to be Brandon Moreland and Jake Barnett coming up in singles in this third round. Here we go, third round underway. Jake Barnett on the left, Brandon Moreland on the right. 10-8 lead for Filora Bundesliga. They lead Sal Bernardino. And there's Moreland from goal. Boy, the release on his shot's always just a thing of beauty. Not a high backswing, just very smooth, but lots of power. Very refined shot from Moreland. And there's Jake finding the middle to make it 11-9. Brandon Moreland basically became eligible for the Hall of Fame when he turned 40, like Sprademan and Pappas last year. Got into the Hall of Fame on their 40th year. But when you look at Brandon Moreland's record, it's certainly deserving. Great singles finishes, doubles world championships. The numbers are there for that guy. Jake now with a chance to cut it to 1. It's going to be tough to hit the corners against this defensive Moreland. Look at him time it and find the middle. That is the play. Rock, 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 middle. Moreland not giving up the corners. It's now 11-10. The one thing with TFC Flora Bundesliga, you know that in your next match, you've got the best tornado player in the world in that forward position. And nice to know that. And you just don't want to hand him a deficit if you can help it. But now, Jake with a chance to tie it at 11. That one blocked by Morton. You see, granted, it's tightened up that rock a little bit, which may open up a corner. We'll see. The middle there, it is. Yep. Had to move it just a little bit, but that's a beautiful pick by Jake Barnett. We're tied at 11. Oh, that's a beautiful little chip pass off that second man by Moreland. Brandon looking to give his team the lead. Barnett with a block. And a quick set long here from Moreland. It's 12-11. It's a tight one here on table number 1. The men's ITSF League final. Really cool little event, no doubt about it, representing clubs from around the world. It's miniature teams in a sort of miniature format. You got women's, you got senior, you have men's. And I think at some point, hopefully juniors as well. In back with a pull shot comes Barnett. It's 12-12. And then off the wall and back into Moreland's goal. Sal Bernardino up 13-12. Brandon wanted to try another one just to show he could hit it on goal. Picked off here by Moreland. Brandon will try to tie it at 13. But first, a timeout. Moreland will put the ball back into play. And find the straight hole to make it 13 all. Back and forth match here on table number 1 between TFC Floro Bundesliga and UDC Sal Bernardino. This men's ITSF League final here at the 2026 ITSF Tornado World Series and Texas State Championships. And a timeout called here by Barnett. Barnett puts the ball back into play. Taken away here by Moreland. Brendan Deadly from back here, and he'll just knock it off that back wall, jump it, chase it, grab it, set it up. Try to come down the middle. That's a nice block by Barnett. It remains 13 all. And it's raced to 20. And I think for Barnett, really wants to give his team the lead heading into that fourth quarter. When you've got Tony Spredeman waiting on the other side, no matter what the situation is. Well, Jake hoping to hand this one off, pass the baton to that final doubles team with a lead. Pull kick on goal. What a great weekend of table soccer. Congratulations to all our victors. Tony Spredeman and Tommy Yore in the finals of all three major open events. Mixed doubles, it was Tommy and Hannah Buffkin over Tony and Vesti Hoffman. In singles, it was Tony over Tommy, so they were 1-1. But in doubles, it was Tommy and Brandon Moreland, or rather Brandon Munoz, who were able to pull it out against, of course, Tony Spredeman and Rudy Brenner. And the timeout called here. Still 13 all. So at least for this weekend, Tommy Yore got the best of that Tony Spredeman versus Tommy Yore matchup, winning 2 of the 3. Tony hoping to add this one to his resume as well, and his list of accomplishments here this weekend. Barnett goes through the lane. Jake for the lead. Tried to bring it near side, locked up into the air and off the table.
Don't look at me like that, Jake. Just because I lost.
Again, Moreland. A reset. Got to come down the middle again. Barnett there. Jake playing a solid third round in singles. And Jake couldn't hold on to that one. A little bit of a dangerous play for this reason. You don't execute it, you can go to the opponent's 3. Now Moreland's going to switch to the snake shot, which he can do. And fire it home far side. It's 14-13. Again, Jake hoping to hand off this next round to his team with a lead, knowing that Sprademan will be on the other side of the table. But that would mean scoring these next 2 if he can. Because right now it's 14-13 in favor of Filoro Bundesliga. Barnett looking maybe to tuck it down the middle. Let's see. Yes. That's the hole. He was successful early, then kind of went away from it, which maybe wasn't a bad thing necessarily. Goes back to it here, and we're tied at 14. Yeah, any advantage you can give that doubles team in the 4th round against Sprademan is a good one. Barnett. Jake tried to bounce that one through. Moreland got a man on it. Watch out here. You get the sense that Brandon is feeling it from goal. That pull kick just wide off the back wall and eventually snagged on the 5 by Moreland. Tied at 14. And Moreland's going to pick up the loose ball with a chance to send it to round number 4 with a lead as he again sets up the snake shot. And strokes it back down the middle. So Brandon Moreland gives his team a 15-14 lead as we now will head to round number 4. I think Jake Barnett's got to feel pretty good about the way he played. He did outscore Brandon Moreland 6-5 in that 3rd round. Based mostly on the ability to hit those inside holes. A couple of them early. 3 of them. And then later down the line, a 4th one. But Moreland, some early success with the pole shot. And then closed it with that snake a little later on, but not before Barnett was able to convert with the left hand. The dump and the chase. Brandon may be impressed with that. Again, another one tucked down the middle. 4 of them in that round. But the closing deal here, the little hitch middle for Brandon Moreland. And we now move to doubles. It'll be Sprademan and Hoffman versus Callum Oakes and Jeff Pipkin Jr. with Filoro Bundesliga leading 15-14. Here we go. Callum Oakes out of Great Britain, passing it along that near wall. And stroking it home near side. Tony continuing to shoot the pull kick, which I love, by the way. You know me, I'm a big fan of kick shots, as obsolete as they often are. But to watch Tony shoot the pull kick is always a ton of fun. And the dink here. 16-15 now in favor of Spredeman and Hoffman and Filoro Bundesliga. Again, Tony. Tony likes to set the ball with the pull kick up kind of in front of the rod just a little bit. And the quick one here. It's 17-15. And again, I mean, what a benefit for your club, for your team to have Tony Spredeman leading it off in singles. You saw the little movement with the left foot by Tony, which indicated a pass to the 5-row. Couldn't quite complete it, but eventually Tony does grab it on the 3. And this time the split dink. Watch this, all the way to the corner. (18-15). Tony closing. Tony will always be closing. Oakes has it taken away by Hoffman. Tony and Bjorn have played together quite a few times, I think over internationally, maybe at the Leonhardt World Championships. So there is some familiarity there, certainly, as a team. But you get the feeling, Bjorn Hoffman, I've got to know him pretty well. He's just a great partner to have. He just has a great attitude, obviously a good player. It's always positive. It's always about having fun, but also competing at the highest level. So I know Tony, at this stage of his career, and really for much of his career, it was about playing with people that he enjoyed playing with, had fun with, felt a camaraderie with, a chemistry with. And I think certainly Hoffman fits that category. Callum Oakes with a nice steal. Shot attempt blocked and taken away by Hoffman. Oakes, of course, out of Great Britain, and British Isles have produced a few really good players. Obviously, Robert Atta. As Oakes able to fire it home far side. But Joe Hamilton, also a finalist at the Tornado Worlds and a multi-table world champion. Another great British player. But you got to put Oakes on that short list of best British players ever. Those two, and maybe Steve Lyle and a couple other guys that have had success playing for Great Britain, which is predominantly a tornado country, a little bit of Garlando mixed in. 18-16 lead for Filoro Bundesliga. Yeah, and that one knocked back into the goal by Pipkin, who just sort of shakes his head. And Jeff, I believe, he's out of the Pacific Northwest. Second generation Foozer. His father, Jeff, a gentleman that grew up in the same area that I did at the same time, although we did not know each other. Not sure what happened there. Hoffman forgot to grab the ball. It is championship point. We got a Canadian, a Brit, an American. Who am I forgetting? Who's the fourth player on this team? Is there a fourth player? Now 1917. And the last 20 goals have gone 10-10. And the steal, the takeaway here. by Pipkin, who had moved into the forward position, and he'll bring Callum Oakes back to forward with a possible chance to advance it and cut the lead to 1. But he can't connect. Comes back to Hoffman. Remains championship point for Filoro Bundesliga. Pipkin. And that one blocked back into the goal, and there it is. TFC Filoro Bundesliga 20, UDC Sao Bernardino 17 in the final of the men's ITSF League Championship match. It is TFC Filoro Bundesliga who will take home the gold medals. Certainly the heavy favorites in this one. I mean, you look at those 3 guys right there, 3 pretty good players. 3 guys who certainly a couple of American Hall of Famers and one of the great German players of all time as they come out on top of this men's league final thanks to pull kicks and dinks from the great Tony Spreadman. Love watching Tony shoot the kick shots. Callum Oakes continuing to show us that he is a force to be reckoned with. But the stuff here, the defensive goal and the win for Filoro. All right, folks. Thanks for all the great comments, and hope you all had a good time. I certainly did. Hope you appreciated what Mr. Steve Murray does here every single year. Whether it's a Tornado World Series event, whether it's a Texas State Championships, or in this case, both. Mr. Murray is second to none. All right, everybody, thanks, and who knows when we'll see you next. Maybe it could be sooner rather than later. But certainly I've enjoyed it and hope you've enjoyed the coverage as well. Thanks, everybody, and we'll see you Fusen.
Ready? We're out. Right? Great.
They're out. We got both.
Ready?
Great plan. Great plan.
Sorry, no. There's nothing great thing for you. Phone microphone. Yeah. From my partner. Good job. Somebody don't do good over the screen.
And the ball losing.
And you're winning
So if you're in the top three finishers in those
Second.
Sorry.
Who got second? That's my best finish weekend. So thank you. Remember this feeling and use it next time they find it. Remember this also.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's recognize the top three finishers in the senior ITSF event. Starting with our third place finishers, please welcome Maryland Magnus. All right, let's welcome our second place finishers in the senior event. Please welcome the Filoro Seniors. And then, big ones to the finishers going to want to get a finisher around here. Morning. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your 2026 Senior ITSF League Champions, the Cool Crew 62. John Myers, Rick Pomeroy. Where's 3-second Mendel?
Maybe they'll wake up.
Ladies and gentlemen, your senior Sharon and Amy and Mary. Should have been a few minutes. And your 2026 Women's ITSF top finishers in junior under 19 doubles. All right. And last, but certainly not least, the open doubles. Top three finishers. Starting with our third place finishers from Germany, Eric Brusteins and Adrian Brusteins, represented by Eric. And claiming a second place result in open doubles, please welcome Tony Spredeman and Rudy Brenner. And your 2026 Open Doubles champions, Tommy Yore and Brandon Munoz. Ladies and gentlemen, your open doubles top finishers. And while I kill some time as they bring me the Pro-Am doubles results, ladies and gentlemen, Jim Provost. And Jim, who is the new president of the USTSO, your impressions from this weekend.
I have to say that community involvement and the way that the group here has come together has been the most impressive thing about the weekend. I mean, I just love that the fact that when we were thinking about even closing the medal ceremony, there was an uproar of disapproval from you guys. So thank you for doing that, because you're right. Everybody should be recognized, and that's what I would take away from the weekend.
Great. And thank you for not throwing bottles, our good folks. Terry Rue will have the top. All right, so who can I interview next as we wait for the Pro-Am doubles results? Or I can just say, finishing in third place, come on up. Michael Stahl. And Aaron. Michael and Aaron finishing third. Give them a third. And finishing second, the V team, Vu and Vera. And your 2026 champions in the Pro-Am event, Randall Stelly and Joel Munoz. Randall with a double this weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, your top finishers in Pro-Am doubles. All right. Great weekend for me as well. Great to be back. And this time officially, unless anybody's got a problem with it, we'll see you lose it.
Hey, hold on, everybody. Hold on. Are we gonna believe that? Are we gonna put up with that? Are we gonna let Jim Stevens go? building. Thank you, Jim.
And
Brandon Munoz to the stage, please.